Good evening. It's Thursday, November 14th, 2024, around 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. You're watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse. Today we're going to be playing Guilty, Monaco 1955, the second box in the Guilty series. Before I get to that, let me check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing, get a look at myself. In the old days, I would be getting ready for a live stream, an hour beforehand. Now I check the watch. It's 15 minutes till 10 p.m. I jump in the shower to shave, so I'm a little bit rough and ready. I don't know about these 10 p.m. live streams. 11 p.m. seems a lot more relaxing to me. 10 p.m. we're still messing with my other life. By 11, everything's calmed down, so maybe we're going to go back to 11 p.m.s. Let me know if you prefer this 10 p.m. time. So I have a couple things to talk about before we get started, a couple things I want to show you. This week we played a game from a series called 50 Clues. Series from 2019. There's 3 boxes in each of 3 sets. And I really enjoyed it. It's a small box escape room game, but with a very dark, sort of pessimistic, sometimes a little bit brutal storyline. But I really liked it. So I'd like to continue playing that. So maybe next week we'll try to get in a couple more cases of that. That one I did on a last minute. Maybe that's the way to go for those. DJ Moneycut says, I like 10 p.m. I have a chance to get to bed at a somewhat reasonable hour. Okay, well, maybe 10 p.m. Okay, so one of the other things that happened when we played 50 Clues is I decided I needed a new philosophy towards my anger and frustration with some of these games. And I decided one of the mental ways I'm going to avoid getting too angry when we play some of these puzzle games is I'm going to allow each game to have 2 bad puzzles before I unleash my anger. And I'm going to use these poker chips from now on. So when we get a first bad puzzle, that's the first black mark against it. Second bad puzzle, second black mark. I'm not going to get angry. Only when we get the third bad puzzle in a game am I going to allow myself to get angry and frustrated. So every game is now going to get a little bit of grace. One bad puzzle in a game is not going to make me furious about it. And maybe we'll have some system. Maybe if we get a particularly good puzzle, we'll let them undo one of these chips. After 3 bad puzzles, all bets are off, and I reserve the right to quit in anger. Okay, that's the first thing. So we've got a new philosophy. A lot of, I have found that a lot of what affects how I feel about a game has to do with expectations. I think everyone's like that a little bit. So maybe by having these, we can readjust our expectations. We'll expect every game to have a couple bad puzzles that we don't like. Okay, the other thing I wanted to show you is that on our last playthrough of a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective game, I showed you a set of cards that a BGG member, Eric 1984, posted on Board Game Geek. And I showed you off the printed versions I printed out and sleeved. Well, Eric has had cards professionally printed at one of these places where you can order just 1 or 2 boxes. And this little box, I mean, it's still not cheap to order in such small quantities, but he had his cards and he sent me a copy so generously. I sent him a Co-op for Two mug. But they are actually very beautiful. They're nice. I guess this is linen finish, but they feel almost like plasticky. They're very high quality. And here are the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective cards. They feel great to use. They look great. I can't wait to use them. What I really wanted to show you, I can't really, doesn't come across how nice they feel, how thick and heavyweight they feel. But so these are all the cards I showed before, but I want to show you a special little card that he made at the end, which I'm in love with. All right, here we go. Look at that. Look how cool that is. Got a little bit of back information about the channel. Look how nice that is. Love it. I very much appreciate that. Okay. Now, let's talk about the Guilty series. So we played Guilty Houston 2015, the first box in the set, quite a while ago, maybe 6 months ago. We liked it. It took us 2 sessions to play, so I don't know if we should expect 2 sessions for this one as well. It was one of the little twists was it was rated for adults. Didn't seem like there was much reason, but the themes were a little bit adult. And it had some little twists on the mystery card game thing, a little bit in the Suspects family, but some twists in terms of you're only getting to see some cards, not all. You've got a time limit to how many cards you can look at. And I did do a review of that box and said that I was a little bit concerned that it was possible to have a playthrough and not see important cards. We did get almost all of it right. There's some nice whole set of questions at the end. And I also remember at that time, they had announced this box, but hadn't released it yet. And I said at the time that I was a little bit concerned because it looked like they were going to make the second box more family friendly and easier. But we've heard from the author that this box is actually harder, that groups are having a harder time solving it. So we should expect a difficult case today. All right, let's open it up and see. We're gonna have to remind ourselves how to play as well. This is an odd little thing here. Okay. Spoiler alert, don't look at anything until instructed to do so. The items in this box will help you solve a case. Peeking at them now might reveal too much. Give yourself plenty of time, 3 to 4 hours. So 3 to 4 hours in normal game, we normally multiply that by 3. So that would suggest we are not going to finish it in one evening. And I guess we'll play tomorrow if need be. Okay, open this sheet to learn how to play. All right, so we're going to have to relearn how to play together. All right, let's see. Remove the following items from the box one by one without flipping them over or peeking them. Place the supplement, known as the investigation area, in the middle of the table, Monaco side up. Okay, so that's this. Let's see, maybe for this screen, I'll make this wide up. Okay, so we've got this. This is what we play. This is where we keep all of our cards at locations, people at locations to talk to. All right. Story cards, that's the large deck of 82 cards, which aren't sealed up. Surprised they didn't float around in the box, but here we go. Here's our, wait, maybe we shouldn't, I don't know what side we should be looking at. 82 large cards. Place this deck on one side of the play area near the investigation area. They're numbered, represent actions you can perform during the game. Then there's the time deck. Ah, now I remember. This was one of the coolest, cleverest aspects of this game. These time cards that track as time progresses and also create little events. Now I remember, that was my favorite part about Guilty. Okay, put the deck clock side up on its designated space. It looks like maybe here. Okay. Additional material in the red case file, that's here. Leave this nearby. All right, time card deck and discard. We've got place to put our unlocked cards, arranging them around the investigative area. Okay, so these don't really have much of a purpose other than just to give you something to look at, but you really don't have to organize them in these specific locations. Okay, conduct the investigation. Players collectively take on the role of a single character trying to solve a case. Read the introduction on the back of this sheet. Prompt you to collect specific numbered story cards, add them to the investigation area. Then we investigate. We can pick a card in our area and flip it over to read it. There's always text with illustration. Leave it face up. And then you continue. In many cases, flipping a story card over requires you to spend time, represented by drawing cards from the time deck. Items left outside the play area are considered inaccessible. Okay, then the final time card will inform you it's time to report your findings and explain how to do so. Simply flip the supplement over and follow the instructions. You won't have enough time during the game to read all the story cards. There you go. So on the other side of this is the instructions and questions you have to answer. And it's a little bit more elaborate than we're used to in this kind of game, but another cool aspect. So we'll go through all of the time cards and then it'll tell us what to do. So that's our clock. The game is your guide. Simple rules. Follow the instructions on the card. Always resolve any actions shown in a yellow banner immediately. For example, a card might instruct you to collect a story card from the deck, place it face down. Do what this yellow banner asks immediately after reading it. This is the icon meaning time passes, and we should take one of the time cards. And here are the other icons. This one says, collect the numbered card, put it face down. You haven't flipped it up yet, face down. Newly acquired cards always enter face down. You're not required to reveal them immediately unless they have this symbol. This symbol means flip it over immediately and read it. Okay. This says put a card into the deck. This is a way of sticking cards into the clock that trigger later events. Okay, immediate. These are easy. This one we have to remember to trigger. And then here we've got our time symbols. This one means reveal the top time card of the time deck, read it, discard it. Do not touch any time cards without these symbols unless expressly instructed to do so. Okay, this looks new. Discard the top time card of the draw pile without revealing it. So it looks like don't read it. Microphone, don't read it. Okay, so I don't think we had that in the past games. Maybe we did. Tips, packed with details. Cards are full of clues, information. Initially, you'll have little information to work with. If you get stuck, trust your hunches. Sooner or later, you'll find a useful lead to follow up on. You'll gradually be inundated with information, making it important to keep your investigation area organized. Use a pen and paper to keep notes. Reread cards. At the end of the game, many things will be revealed, not all of which will be obvious. You will score points according to what you found out. Take your time. Highly documented, the game will let you know whether you can use the internet to search. Make the most of this possibility if your scenario allows it. Okay, so there may be internet searching. I forgot about that. That's okay. We have a tablet. Guilty is dense. Keep discussing and developing new theories as the game progresses. One of them may lead you to the truth. Now read the introduction to the scenario on the back. Okay, so introduction here. Before we do that, let's check in with the chat, see how we're doing here. Okay, let's clean up our area. We might need our bad puzzle chips. We won't need that. We've got our green screen. Guess that's card 0. So it looks like the first card here is just a reminder of the rules. There's a way to combine cards. I forget if we had that before. Huh. I guess it's going to tell us this in a second. No point in going into this. All right, are we ready to play this? YouTube says 15 concurrent viewers, 4 likes. Did anyone here see my live stream news series, Tabletop Mystery Game News? That's a new series where I look at the most recent crowdfunding and retail games. I think we'll continue that for a bit. We'll see if it's a useful addition to this channel. All right, let's read. Look at this art. Pretty nice. All right, let's read our case introduction. Monaco, 1955. Reveal and read the top card of the time deck, then discard it immediately. Lightning card should now be visible on top of the time deck. Reveal it immediately. Okay, so here's our time cards. It says we do whatever in yellow right away. So it says reveal and read the top card. So we've got a little watch here, 9 a.m. It says we're going to reveal it and read it. Welcome, listeners, and thank you for tuning in to Radio Monte Carlo. And Villette here. And sharing this great day with me will be Francis Bunch. Together, we will be commentating one of the world's first motor races, the one and only Monaco Grand Prix. You certainly sound enthusiastic today, Francis, but right now, stay tuned to RMC. We'll be back after this local news flash. Okay, so we're listening to radio station RMC, Radio Monte Carlo. All right, so we read it. We picked it up. It told us to read it. We read it, and then we discard it. And then it says on the top of the deck should be a card with this symbol, which means it's now 9:05. We trigger it right away. It says a lightning card should be now visible on the top of the time deck. Reveal it immediately. So the moment we saw this, we know we have to do this. Yellow presents, okay, and then this gets discarded. It's now 9:20, and this stays where it is. The radio chatter falls silent as you turn off the ignition on your motorcycle. You collect your trusty beret from the floor of the sidecar and look up at Port Hercules, Monaco, Sunday, May 22nd, 1955. The paddock on this Formula One Grand Prix morning is busier than an anthill before a storm. Mechanics are revving engines, and with notebook in hand and cameras around their necks, journalists throng around any celebrities that dare show their faces. You somehow push your way through the crowd to the kiosk for a Monaco matin and some cigarettes. You raise your elbows at the little card package now being held out to you. You raise your eyebrows. The little card package now being held out to you. It's the latest invention, Monsieur Galaton. Your filter tips now come in a rigid flip-top pack. No more crumpled or broken ciggies. A few minutes later, you walk back along the quayside against the flow of the crowd, toying with the lid of your cigarette pack. Your watch shows 9:20 a.m. Perfect. The prince is a stickler for punctuality, and you're right on time. Okay, so there's our symbol, reveal, and trigger it. To the hospital, where a patient was admitted this morning after being savagely attacked during the night. To all our listeners, if you saw or heard anything unusual, please call our switchboard. Okay, that gets discarded. 9:25 a.m. triggers immediately. A game by Johan Servais, illustrated by Jocelyn Millet and Adrian Rives. Okay, now it's 9:50. These are discarded. Okay, so you can see the sort of vibe of a movie here. 1950s or Ocean's 11 type movie. The tightly policed city-state of Monaco is a square-mile playground for the jet set. Sandwiched between a steep mountainside and the glinting Mediterranean Sea, the city's an impregnable vault. Where nothing untoward ever happens. As a cop, you, Joseph Gallaton, Lieutenant Colonel of the Monaco Carabiniers, could almost get bored. The pompous title cannot conceal the fact you're essentially a bodyguard who spends his days keeping an eye on classic cars in the world's safest city. You miss Paris with its drizzle, grime, and criminal underworld, especially today when everyone is raving about cars that cost far more than your annual salary. May 22nd, 1955. After 8 years with the Vice Squad and 20 in homicide, you were offered this job, which was pitched as a well-deserved lead-in to retirement. Or maybe you had simply fallen out of favor back at HQ on the Croix d'Orfèvres. Where your wild character had earned you the very apt nickname, the Bear. All teams in position, Lieutenant Colonel? Any instructions? Nah, just do what we do every year. By the way, do you know where the prince is? We were supposed to meet here. I hope he's not been trying to call me. I forgot my walkie-talkie at the station. No idea. I'll find out. Sat in your favorite bar, you light up a cigarette and struggle to unfold your newspaper, which flaps around in the mistral wind. Do the same once again. The symbol appears very often. Get into the habit of revealing and reading and discarding the top card of the time deck whenever you see it, and watch out for the instant lightning signals. Okay. L'amour ja est la cravate. Reset on es hero. Vational set. That was Charles Trennett, and you're listening to RMC. And right now, a rockabilly number from the United States of America, only on RMC. Here's the promising young talent, Elvis Presley, with Good Rockin' Tonight. Okay, instant, we do it right away. Joseph Gallaton in Guilty, Monaco, 1955. Instant, we do it right away. This is a work of fiction inspired by real-life events. Please turn off your phones for the duration of the investigation. Love it. Okay, 10 a.m. This goes. It's 10 a.m. You've been waiting in vain for the prince, Son Altesse Serenissime, for 40 minutes. You've been waiting for the prince for 40 minutes. Observing the passers-by, you spot one of his close acquaintances, Aristotle Onassis, the Greek shipping magnate, who runs the Société des Bains de Mer. You stand up, leaving a handful of coins on the table, and approach him. Sorry, no idea, he says. We were supposed to have breakfast together at the port this morning, but he didn't show up there either. You try in vain to suppress a sneaking feeling that something bad has happened. You walk back to your motorcycle, annoyed at the idea of having to randomly ride around town like a dog looking for its master. Not knowing where to start, you scan the crowd. Maybe someone here has seen him. Take card 1 and read it. Take cards 2 and 3, place them face down. Okay, so your investigation starts here. All right, so let's look at our story cards. 0. This is the card that I guess they want you to keep on top so that you hide the rest. Okay, we know what these symbols are. We don't know about combining cards, but it looks like you can combine cards. And when you do, it tells you to collect a certain card. They line up. All right, I think that'll be clear when we get to it. All right, rules said take card 1, read it, and then 2 and 3 face down in the investigation area. And we're ready to begin. Okay, here's card 1. Additional rules. I don't remember this in the previous Guilty. In this scenario, you can unlock new leads by combining 2 cards. You can see an example of this at the bottom of card 0. Here. To question a particular character about a key, simply combine the character card and the key card. This yields an inquiry card where this character mentions the key. Similarly, to get an open chest card, you need to combine the chest card and the key card. To combine 2 cards, place the 2 cards side by side, aligning their top edges. Okay. The card on the left must be the person you are questioning, your current location, or the item you're examining. The card should have a row of dividers along its right-hand side. The card on the right should be the topic of discussion. It should have paper clips on the left. On some cards, annotations specify what the paper clips refer to. Paper clips of the same color form pairs. They point to 2 digits on the colored dividers, forming a card number. The top paper clip indicates the 10s and the bottom shows the 1s. Okay, sounds convoluted, but it seems fairly straightforward. You match this up with this, you look at the 2 same colored cards, that forms a number 43, for example. Put this card and continue reading. Moving around Monaco. Monaco covers an area of less than 1 square mile. As a result, the game disregards any time spent traveling by motorcycle between locations. Similarly, you're generally not required to spend time questioning a character about something. Radio. You listen to the radio while traveling. However, reception is blocked in some places. Whenever this symbol appears, the radio is not audible in that location. Discard the top time card without revealing it. The game represents the trunk on your sidecar. Put any cards bearing this motorcycle symbol in the box. As your investigation progresses, these are items you take with you. So look, here's the box. It's the sidecar of our motorcycle. And this game, so these are a couple new things here. First of all, sometimes we can store cards in our possession. Presumably, we could look at them whenever we want. And then this idea of time passing, but we don't get to read it, that feels like that's dangerous. So we could miss important information if we're at a location where we can't hear the radio reception, something to keep in mind. Okay. And then it says, put this card back, I guess to cover up deck. And then let's go back to the introduction. Take cards 2 and 3 without turning them over. Put them in the matching symbol. Your investigation starts here. Okay, so basically this is the part that's not that important, but we've got a the part about where you lay these cards out. We've got 2 port cards that have come out. We can go to our motorcycle, or we can inspect Port Hercules. It says Grand Prix start and finish line. Journalists are milling around looking for a scoop while jet setters strut around, all sparkling jewelry and haute couture. Okay, so these are the only 2 places we can go. We could go to either of them as our investigation, and that's it. So there's only 2 places for us to go. One of these 2 places, we can either inspect the port or go to our motorcycle. Presumably, we would go to our motorcycle to leave here, and the introduction did seem to suggest that we should start by investigating the port. You walk back to your motorcycle. Where to start? You scan the crowd. Maybe someone here has seen him. Okay, so remember the key decision making in this game is going to be we're not going to be able to see all the cards, so we have to be sort of efficient about our exploration, not going to places we don't need to go to. Maybe we take a break early here, the way we sometimes do, to give those of you a chance to leave who think you might want to play this yourself. I don't remember how much the Guilty boxes cost, maybe $20. You can only play through this once, really, then the mystery is revealed. So if this looks like a game that your group might enjoy, and you'd rather play it yourself than play it here along with me, this would be a good time to leave. You can come back and watch this video after you finish playing and see how we did compare to how you did. So we'll take a break here. We'll come back in 8 minutes and get started. All right, we're back. Only 2 places to go. We've looked on top of the time deck to make sure it's not an instant thing that triggers right away. It's currently 10 o'clock. All right, well, let's look around the port. So we just take this card and we flip it over to inspect Port Hercules and we start reading. You reach the grandstands that have been set up near the port. His Serene Highness is conspicuous through his absence. On the other hand, you recognize a number of actresses who have made a splash this year at this year's Cannes Festival, Film Festival. And here in the VIP stands Pierre Cartier, jeweler to the stars. Okay, so we're going to take card 14, representing Pierre Cartier. Okay. You continue on your way, accompanied by the shrill sounds of Radio Monte Carlo, which is now broadcasting throughout the city. The voices of the 2 presenters fill the air at regular intervals around Port Hercules. Walking back to your motorcycle, you pause in front of the paddock area stretching beyond the Mediterranean waterfront. Technicians in grubby overalls are rushing around. You watch them for a while, transfixed, like when you used to spy on your father in the family garage as a child. Okay, and now we take the paddock card. And then we're told to take a time card and flip it. And then we read the radio station. We have Germaine on air with us. Germaine? Ah, Francois, it's absolutely awful. Did you see the attack this morning? No, but I was almost knocked over near the exotic garden. The scoundrel nearly flattened my Fluffy as it ran south. Oh, did you call the police? What's the use? People have been complaining about this antisocial behavior for days, but nobody has lifted a finger. Okay. Did you see the attack? No, I was almost knocked over near the exotic garden. Antisocial behavior for days. Okay, for days, some antisocial behavior near the exotic garden. He was almost knocked over. All right, that card gets discarded. We look on the top of this deck, nothing forcing us to turn this card over, so we are now done here. Port Hercules is done. It stays out here. We can reread it. We could, I think the official rules told us we were supposed to flip it back over, but we can keep it this way to let us know that we've read it. Were we told what direction? Ran south. Good catch. Okay. Exotic garden ran south this morning. Okay, maybe we'll start taking some notes here. Okay. Morning at the exotic garden ran south. Now, do we have an exotic garden on our map here? Yes, we do. Here is the exotic garden. So we're definitely interested in knowing who these hooligans are. If we get a chance to go here, we'll go here. But let's see. We were told to bring out these two cards. All right, so the paddock is out here by the dock area. And here we have someone we can talk to. Pierre Cartier, the famous jeweler. Blue card looks like it's meant to go here. Someone we can talk to. All right. Next choice, we can go to the motorcycle, go to the paddock, or speak to Pierre Cartier. I don't know what he's going to know, but maybe for historical reasons, we should talk to Pierre Cartier just to see what it's like. Oh, characters go here. I mean, is he going to have seen anything? I mean, he is rich. He might know the prince. Okay, let's talk to him. Date of birth 3/10/1878 in Paris. Nicknamed the Jeweler of Kings and the King of Jewelers. He's married. He arrived from Paris on May 18th, leaving this evening on the night train. We were told what day it is, weren't we? May 22nd. Okay. Oh, there, Bear. Let me guess. You're looking to buy a diamond. With my own paychecks? You'd be surprised. We cover every price range, and let's not forget the true value of jewelry lies in the person you give it to. I'm a widower. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. My condolences. I remember meeting your late wife at the police station on the Quai des Orfèvres. She was waiting for you, and so was I. We chatted about diamonds, a pure carbon compound so strong, the only thing that can shatter it is another diamond. I hope your love was like that, shining and perfect, strong and everlasting. But you're in no mood to be talking about Solange. You cut the conversation short with a dismissive grunt. Okay, well, here we've got our new stuff. We've got our paper clips on the left and our numbers on the right if we have something to ask him about. We don't yet, so he just goes back out there. No requirement to move time ahead, and the game suggested to us that it normally doesn't cost time to talk to them. Okay. Well, we have nothing to ask him about yet. We have to gather some more evidence first. Shall we check out the paddock or leave here? I mean, I'm not sure what we're going to learn at the racing paddock. Although this is the guy who we were supposed to meet him here. So maybe we'll come back here. Let's get on our motorcycle. We can't waste too much time here. All right, I'm getting on the motorcycle. You open your sidecar trunk, pull out a jerry can of gasoline, and fill up your tank. You then begin rummaging through the sidecar's jumbled contents, which include an old ham sandwich, a pair of boots, a flashlight, and a box of ammunition you'll probably never use. After a few moments, however, you triumphantly pluck a map of Monaco from the junk. You'll have to find the prince, and the sooner the better. Feeling worried yet determined, you twist the throttle and roar off along the principality's streets. Okay, so we're taking cards 5 and 12. Monaco landmarks. Okay, so we've got the hospital and the casino. I'll just put them out where they belong. Okay, and now time clicks. Don't miss our grand prize competition this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Oh, sorry to interrupt you, Anne, but there seems to be some kind of altercation at the Lancia workshop. My goodness, you're right. Louis Chiron, the Monesque driver, is seething. Stay tuned. Our outside broadcast team is heading there now. A competition. You love a good contest. And set the alarm on your watch for 2 p.m. Okay. So, looks like we might want to remind ourselves of these things. So at 2 p.m., we've got a competition where our grand prize competition at 2 o'clock. And then there's an altercation at Lancia workshop. It's interesting because we should remember that this actually has a time associated with it, right? So like at 10:20, there's the altercation at Lancia. And let me just, I just want to see the one about this morning knocked over. Okay. Were we supposed to take 5 through 12 or 5 and 12? Okay, let's see. 5 in 12 Monaco landmarks. Huh. That's an interesting question. Boy, that's an important question, isn't it? That's a weird translation issue. Huh. 5 in 12 Monaco landmarks. That's a very good question. Is that a mistranslation, and should it be saying 5 through 12? Because 5 in 12 doesn't really make sense in English, does it? Does anyone know Italian to know whether it would make sense that the word in would be translated to through? Anna thinks yes. Boy, that's a good catch. Thank God the channel figured that out. Okay. Well, that's really gonna mess some groups up. Okay. All right. Well, maybe it would be clear at some point, but 5 through 12, that makes some sense. Okay, let me put these back. We'll put these out together in a bit. Boy, that's tricky. All right, so back to this, though. We heard something on the radio about the grand prize competition at 2 p.m. We don't want to forget that. Okay. Place this card in the bottom of the game box. The box represents your sidecar trunk used to store items you take with you, provided they bear this symbol, and that's the motorcycle. So we could start asking people about this because of this. Let's just see. We're not going to actually do it, but just to see if we have Pierre Cartier and we wanted to ask him about this, we could line this up and then we would look for pairs. Like if we wanted to ask him about the lamp, ask him about the gasoline, or ask him about the boots. But obviously he has nothing to say about any of these. But we have done this right. Let me just make sure that we've got the order right. That it's not the person and then the thing we want to ask about. I believe that's right. Where were we told about that? Here. The card on the right is the topic. The card on the left is the person. Fine. Okay, so if we were able to, if he had any information, this is how we would do it to see if it lines up, but it doesn't. Of course, we knew that. We weren't going to try to ask him about those things. But this card goes in our, I'm just going to put it here rather than in the box so we don't forget it. Put it somewhere up nearby. All right. And then the chat is already rebelling. John says, I think we should finish exploring the port. The game seemed to say to look around the port. I think it might be better to potentially waste one time than get off the story track. Petiol agrees. Okay. Anna says, this is the only way the cards fit. Okay, fine. All right. So we've done this. And that's our motorcycle. So actually, okay, so let's get these cards out now. We've got the hospital, including a nursing school. We've got the casino. Maybe it's easier if I show it this way. Got the casino, founded by the person who invented roulette, European roulette. Okay. Monaco residents are banned from using the casino. Okay, then we've got the exotic garden, which we were particularly interested in. Conservation area houses an infinite variety of plants from all over the world. In addition, its observatory cave contains the remains of prehistoric human dwellings, open to the public for the past 5 years. Okay. Then we've got the local police station. Police under your command. Compagnie des Carabiniers is responsible for the prince's personal safety as well as security at the palace and sporting events. Okay, that seems relevant to our case. Then we've got the Hermitage Hotel, Belle Epoque Palace Hotel overlooking the port, serves a very cosmopolitan clientele. The roof dome over its winter garden was designed by Gustave Eiffel. The establishment is owned by the Société des Bains de Mer, which also runs the casino. Okay. Then the Prince's Palace, built atop a 200-foot tall rocky mountain outcrop. The Prince's Palace is an impregnable fortress that has survived multiple sieges and bombardments. The only way in is through the main door. Okay. There. And we have the Oceanographic Museum, just directly from the cliffside, overlooking the sea nearly 300 feet below. Established in the early 20th century to highlight scientific expeditions, the museum is also a laboratory for biological and marine research. Okay. Fort Antoine. Military fortress destroyed during the war 10 years ago, but His Serene Highness has plans to restore it as an open-air theater. So now we actually have the full assortment of locations except for Radio Monte Carlo. But maybe that's something different. All the green locations are out. All right, so the group was saying they wanted to finish off the paddock at the port. Okay, that's fine with me. The only thing I want us to make sure we don't miss is the 2 p.m. competition. I'm not sure where that occurs, though. Set the alarm on your watch. Don't miss our grand prize competition this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Okay. Well, maybe there's no specific place to go to. We'll hear it on the radio. Okay, you guys wanted to finish off the port. So we'll investigate the paddock where the mechanics and cars are. A group of mechanics are talking together. I wonder if we'll see any carnage this year. 5 years ago, replies a ball technician, we had the biggest pileup in history. 10 drivers retired on Tabak Turn. The blind bend? That's the one, nods the ball man. But not Farina, who slowed down on the approach and managed to slalom through the wreckage. He owes his first world championship win to that maneuver. Apparently, he guessed the track was obstructed when he noticed the crowd wasn't looking his way. Amazing, right? You shrug, picking up a piece of paper that the sea breeze had blown against your feet. Okay, take 27. So we got a little piece of paper. Nearby, another gaggle of people catches your eye. A number of race officials are attending to a journalist who is jotting things in his notebook, nodding and smiling. You recognize Pierre Gallant. This high society specialist is more interested in knowing who's sleeping together than following the race. Take Pierre Gallant if you don't already have it. Okay. You try to walk further, but are denied access to the race and cars. Not even you can get in. I'm going to put these over here so I don't stick my hand in front of the green screen each time. Okay, and now time goes by. Time for our local news roundup. Exactly 50 years ago, the first helicopter lifted off from the Oceanographics Museum. Today's your last chance to visit the temporary exhibition devoted to this landmark event. Proof, if you needed it, that Monaco is also a city of science and art, not just a Grand Prix and luxury lifestyle. Okay, and now this says, flip this card only if you have the walkie-talkie. Otherwise, leave it face down nearby. Okay, well, we don't have a walkie-talkie. Our motorcycle just has this stuff. So we're going to take this card and put it face down nearby. So keep your eye open for a walkie-talkie. Petiol says, it sounds like the competition that the radio people were talking about is a radio calling competition. Okay, that's an interesting, that makes some sense. Okay, so we've got this guy we can speak to, but this card that we were told to draw, actually has an instant. So when the paper blew over to us, we probably should have read it right away. Okay, starting grid starts 3 p.m., finishes 6 p.m. So here's the here's the positions of the cars in the Grand Prix that starts at 3 and finishes at 6. So you can see here's the starting line. The cars right in front are Fangio, Ascari, and Moss, and way in the back, Ouellette and Chiron. And the colors are probably the company, the team they're on. Okay, Monaco Grand Prix 1955. All right, so this is a motorcycle symbol, so we keep this with our supplies. We'd like to get a walkie-talkie, it sounds like. So I'm sort of tempted to go to the police station to pick up our walkie-talkie. He mentioned actually at some point in the intro about his walkie-talkie, didn't he? He was saying he didn't show up here. He says something about he wished he had, oh, I forgot my walkie-talkie at the station. I hope he's not been trying to call me. So I think our next stop should be to the police station to get our walkie-talkie. Let's do that. The station is unusually quiet. The carabiniers are out making sure the Grand Prix goes smoothly, worlds apart from the usual din in the cramped offices of your old HQ on the Quai des Orfèvres in Paris, with its ragtag clientele of drunks, mobsters, and child killers. It's probably the only thing about Paris you don't miss. You walk past the portraits of your predecessors. Since 1817, the Carabiniers have been organized in 3 units: a marching band, a team of scuba divers, and the motorcycle unit. Your undeniable riding skills were even a decisive factor in the decision to offer you the job. You have to open several drawers before finding the walkie-talkie you left behind this morning. As you adjust the frequency, you intercept the strange message. Sidecar at the station. We reach Monaco at 6 this evening as agreed. Is someone spying on you? You feel a rush of blood, but you know how these devices work. Their short range means whoever's using them is in town. And as they're stupid enough to communicate by radio, you take the opportunity to spy on them in return. Thanks to the walkie-talkie, you may reveal subsequent blue time cards. Leave any already set aside face down. If at any time during your investigation your watch reads 1:40 p.m. or 2 p.m., grab the SAS Prince Rainier 3. You can reveal subsequent blue time cards. Leave any other already set face down. So we don't get to read this. We missed this because you guys were so dead set on exploring the port instead of going to get our radio. So we missed this transmission. But we're going to be able to hear all the future ones. Okay, and what are we listening? Sidecar at the station. We reach Monaco at 6 as agreed. Okay, so if we're keeping track of our schedule, times to worry about, let's add 6 p.m. radio meetup at the station. So we've got a 2 p.m. contest, a 6 p.m. these guys. I'll just write this at card 7. Okay, and then we're also told that at 1:40 or 2, at any time during investigation, your watch reads 1:40 or 2. Okay. 1:40 or 2 p.m. Card 7 says get 15 the prince. This is our time clock reminder. All right. And then time passes. Boy, I remember this before. Like, how do we remember if we've drawn this card? I mean, we haven't drawn this card yet, but we do need to have some sort of marker or system to keep track of when we've done this, so we don't do it twice. All right, maybe I'll get myself a little card here. I forget how we did it last time. I'll put this on it when we do it or when we don't do it. Okay, so let's click time through. It's now 11 a.m. Anne, are you at the hospital? Yes, Francis, and everyone here was stunned when an injured man was dropped off by a mysterious race car. The patient is thought to have been attacked by a wild animal. My goodness, to all our listeners, if you have spotted a loose animal, please call the RMC switchboard. Injured man dropped off by a mysterious race car. Patient thought to have been attacked by a wild animal. Okay, so they're at the hospital. Okay, but before we can continue, the next time card is actually an instant. Lieutenant Colonel, I've been looking for you for the past hour. You turn around to find yourself face to face with one of your carabiniers. The poor man is struggling to catch his breath after running after you. His Serene Highness wants to speak with you as soon as possible. He's waiting for you at Fort Antoine. Why did it take so long to find me? With all due respect, sir, you left your walkie-talkie at the station. That's no excuse. Monaco is tiny. You stare him down until he looks away. Okay, a little reminder to get our walkie-talkie, and the prince is waiting for us at Fort Antoine. Okay. And we're also told there's a patient at a hospital that's been injured by a wild animal. And now we've done this, so I'll take this off. All right, so there's our police station. We've collected our walkie-talkie. We've got the prince. If we don't go to him on his own, something triggers. He's going to get mad at us. But he's waiting for us right now at Fort Antoine. And he's been waiting for a while. So it does feel like that's where we should go next. Let's go and visit the prince. He seems to be key to our mission here. Son Altesse Serenissime, Prince Rainier is there, standing alone with his back to you, braced against the mistral wind. Drawing level with him, your eyes naturally follow his gaze down to the sea below. Here you are at last, he lets out coldly. My apologies, I thought our appointment was... You stop mid-sentence, far from his usual serene self. His Highness is visibly preoccupied. Ah, my dear bear, the time has come to prove I was right to hire you. There was a burglary last night at the palace. You almost choke. Who could have dared rob a guarded safe inside a fortress in a reputedly impregnable city? Either bold or stupid, or of two minds. What's missing? My 4 scuba diving cylinders. Oxygen cylinders? Frankly, you're disappointed. You had started picturing yourself chasing a gang of art thieves, but instead, here's this aristocrat asking you to find a guy who stole some air. Yeah, I'll bet he's got diamonds in there or something. Okay, tells us to get card 50 out of the deck. And continuing our discussion with him. They were stored in the armory. This morning, my gardener loaded one crate into my car, then, after discovering that the others were empty, came to wake me. You should see what they did in the throne room before vanishing. It's a tragedy. But how did they get those cylinders out of the palace unnoticed? Precisely. It's impossible, Rainier sputters. I immediately checked with the carabiniers stationed at each roadblock. No suspicious cars left the city last night. The perpetrators are still in Monaco. Understood. I'll take care of it. Here, take my diary. I have a busy day ahead, but I know my schedule by heart. This way, you'll know where to find me if you need me. I expect you to update me on your progress this afternoon. You can count on me. Oh, and Gallatin, one more thing. Whatever you do, don't let this get into the news. Nervous-looking Prince hastily ushers you out. Walking back to your motorcycle, you feel sure he's hiding something from you. It's not so much what as why he's keeping secrets that bugs you. Okay, so we take card 41, the Prince's Diary, which he's given us now, which is an instant read. And it wants us to advance time. Okay, so how are we doing this? We're putting this here until we do it. Okay, but before we do that, this was an instant read, so we should read this. Okay, 22nd of May, that's today. Here's his diary schedule. 6:30, drive with JYC, meet at the museum. Breakfast with Aristotle. 8:30, interview for the Paris match at the Hermitage Hotel. Must not know, keep guard up. 9:20, meeting with Gallatin, that's us. Too many people, back to Fort, okay, that's why he didn't show up. 1:45 is his speech to law enforcement at the police station. That's the one that we're told to trigger. 2:20's got an interview with RMC. 2:45, he takes some lap of honor. Lancia no longer an option. We heard about the fight at Lancia. That must be one of the teams. 3 p.m. race start. 4 to 6, watch the race at the Casino Square turn. 6:25, prize ceremony. 7 p.m. private apartments at the palace. Okay, no paper clips to line this up with anything. I guess this stays out at Port Antoine. Okay, now we're supposed to advance time. It's 11:20. Recommended by all good doctors to soothe throat and chest irritation. Malboy's cigarettes, the cigarette that takes care of your health. Enjoy Malboy's, the best for your chest. Okay, just a little bit of flavor here, it seems. Oh, this was a motorcycle, so this stays with our possessions over here. Okay, we've done the time. This just gets discarded. All right, so someone has stolen his scuba diving cylinders. He wants them back. We're suspicious that there's something going on there. How did they get them out of the palace? He says they're still in Monaco because none of the road stops saw anyone. And he gives us his diary and he says he doesn't want anyone, don't let it get into the news. All right. Thoughts about where you want to go? Where did we meet Pierre Gallant again? I'm trying to remember. Pierre Gallant. We got this card this way. Journalist talking to, oh, it's Pierre Gallant. High society specialist, more interested in knowing who's sleeping with who. Okay, so Pierre Gallant is a newspaper gossip columnist type guy. So I'm not sure we want to be talking to him. And we've got a lamp, gasoline, and boots. Okay. There's no other cards with paper clips or markers to ask anyone about. We do have the person at the hospital that was injured. It is 11:40, according to the diary. Nothing happening with the prince for a while. Shall we go to the hospital? Seems like maybe we should. Let's go to the hospital. Let's follow up on this attack. Or the exotic garden. One of these two was both. This one was guy was almost knocked over. This was all right. Let's go to the hospital while that person who was injured is still there. A Red Cross nurse gives you a dark look. Hello, do you have an appointment? Nothing. Lieutenant Colonel Gallatin. This morning you treated an assault victim. They talked about it on the radio. Oh, yes, that, she replies, visibly relieved. He was dropped off by a blue Lancia. He couldn't speak, the poor beggar, not a word. He's under observation. She points to a room, but when you pull aside the privacy curtain surrounding the bed, there's nobody to be seen. The patient has disappeared. On closer inspection, you notice that their file and personal belongings have also vanished. The only thing still here is an X-ray film on the viewer. Take card 17. Okay. It's X-ray film that wants us to look at it immediately. So let's look at it immediately. Okay. X-ray film. So it's reversed. There's a bullet in his eye, it looks like. It's reversed, so it's 7:21 a.m. 052255. And there's a paper clip here. Wow, this person looks like they were shot in the eye. But not shot in the eye because of the way the bullet is. Maybe shot through the side of the head. But why? How are they alive? And is that a diamond? Do they have a little diamond in their stomach? That looks like the lungs, though, not really the stomach, to be honest. But I can't tell if that's an artifact or a diamond. This would be like a cavity filling piece of metal showing up. Okay, 7:21 a.m. Interesting. And we did learn from here what car drove him in, a blue Lancia. And remember, there was fighting in the Lancia paddock. So maybe something's happened here. Maybe he got injured in the paddock and they rushed him here. All right, you hear two voices coming from the neighboring room. Works like a shadow lantern. The visibility of X-rays depends on the composition of the tissue they have passed through. For example, minerals, salts, and bones block the rays, causing them to appear as white. As a result, bones show up in the image. As water, air, and carbon are totally invisible in radiology. Soft tissue is too, I see. Someone's talking about how X-rays work. Okay, then it wants card 26. Which is someone to talk to or a room to inspect. And then it wants time passing. So I'm going to put this on our thing to note that we've caused time to pass. Have you heard about this bill to ban alcohol in school canteens for those under the age of 14? But alcohol helps prevent the spread of germs. If you ask me, Francis, we're living in an age of repression, and we can't say anything anymore, Anne. Okay. So just a little flavor. And then we've got an instant here on top. So we got to trigger that. It's 11:50. Carabiner rushes up to you. We've pulled in a suspicious looking guy at the North Bayo Soleil roadblock. Suspicious? Go on. The man was on foot. When he saw us, he tried to escape into the scrubland. We took him back to the station. Was he alone? Yes, sir, and he didn't resist. To be honest, he was in pretty bad shape. He must have been in an accident. Nodding, you promise to get to the station as soon as you can. And then we're told to get card 47, which is a fugitive. He was in pretty bad shape. There's our fugitive card. Okay, so the fugitive goes to the station. A suspicious-looking guy at the North Bao-Soleil roadblock. Do we know where that is? If you look at our map, we do see some roadblocks here, here, and here. I guess we don't really know which one this is, Bao-Soleil. Probably if you knew the geography, you'd know which way it is. North, it does say. I can see there's a little thing saying north is this way. So maybe one of these. Was he alone? He was alone. He didn't resist. He's in bad shape in an accident. Okay. On foot, he tried to escape. All right, so we've done that. Is it? I keep it here when we've done it. Okay. And we've got our x-ray. All right. That's the hospital. So we've got this x-ray. We could ask people about if we see an expert. And here we have at the hospital someone we could talk to. So do we want to talk to this person and ask them about the x-ray? Guess we're here. We might as well, huh? Irene Jolie-Curie, born 1897 in Paris, daughter of Pierre and Marie Curie. She's married, winner of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for the discovery of artificial radioactivity, and commissioner at the Atomic Energy Commission. Inside the room, a nurse is talking to a drawn-looking woman lying in bed. You recognize Irene Jolie-Curie, the famous chemist, so she's the patient in bed. Ah, we have a visitor, she exclaims. Nice to meet you, Madame Curie. What a surprise to find you in Monaco. Quite. The prince wanted me to show him my little Curie, but here I am back in hospital with this blessed leukemia. Your little Curie, did you say? Ah, that's the nickname they gave the X-ray truck my mother invented during the war. She used to drive it to the front line to help treat the wounded. Unfortunately, the prince was disappointed. He didn't think it would be of any use to him. Please give him my apologies when you see him. At that point, the nurse starts shooing you out of the room, as Irene's illness has left her very weak. But the physicist keeps talking. What can I do for you? If it's a radiology class you're after, Colonel, you've come a little late. Okay, so she's got a whole bunch of things. If we want to try asking her about the X-ray, it looks like we can. So, matching color paper clips here and here. So 76. Let's ask her about it. Let's see what she can tell us. Maybe she can help us confirm the diamond in there and the bullet. Doesn't seem like we really need her help, but now, why are the colors of the numbers different? Why are the colors of the numbers different? Is there something let me just read this again. Card on the left is the person you're questioning. Row of dividers. Card on the right. Paper clips of the same color form pairs. All right, it looks like these colors of these things have no meaning. It's kind of weird. Well, let's try it. 76. Okay, so 76 has got an icon showing that it is a conversation. I guess that confirms we've done the right thing. And when we draw it, we flip it right over. The physicist, helped by the nurse, looks at the X-ray for a moment and sighs. As I already explained to the prince, his ideal of a metal detector is a deterrent, but otherwise ineffective. What are you talking about? Ah, nothing. Let's get back to your X-ray, shall we? You whip out your pen and notebook like a keen student. Okay, so we make some notes based on her comments. Adult male, sclerosis, spinal defect. Foreign objects. Military bullet lodged behind left eye. Brain, sinus, quite old, no recent bone fracture. Okay, so it's an old military injury with the bullet lodged behind his eye that they couldn't remove. Precious stone in stomach, but not a genuine diamond, as carbon is transparent to X-rays. Metallic molar in tooth 43. And then time goes by. It's exactly midday and time for our international news roundup. A budget of 100 billion francs is being allocated to develop the French atomic energy industry. And in capital cities around the world, people are paying tribute to the recently deceased Albert Einstein. Okay, so I'm going to put this here, somehow showing we've done this. All right, so this is actually interesting. He's got a precious stone, but not a genuine diamond because carbon is transparent to X-rays. That's, I guess, what we were overhearing. But it's good we did this because we didn't pick up on that. This guy is going to be a military Soldier with an old wound, a bullet lodged behind his left eye. He's got sclerosis. And he was brought in this morning at 7:21 a.m., which we had already figured out. And she makes some offhanded comment about the prince wanting a metal detector. Not sure why the prince wanted a metal detector. He knows stuff that he's not revealing to us. Okay, so conversation goes here in our history. And do we have anything else we want to ask the nurse about? Probably not. And we'll keep hold of the x-ray. Scoliosis, not sclerosis, if it matters. Okay. All right. It's now 12:20. We still have some time. We could go check out the guy who was found, a fugitive trying to escape, who's been, it looks like he's been in an accident. Or we could go to the exotic garden. I guess I'm curious to talk to this, to see this guy, to see if this is the same guy that was in the hospital. And what if he doesn't make it, survive? Better to talk to him sooner rather than later. All right, let's talk to him. If you haven't already done so, flip and read 7, police station card, already present. We did already do that. The man stands there barefoot, bowed, and bereft. You observe him for a moment, wondering how to deal with him. With a clean bandage under his blood-stained shirt and an old scar on his left temple, this is the guy who got shot and the bullet lodged in his head. Multiple bruises. You're reminded of the great Marcel Cerdan after a grueling 12-rounder. You opt for shock therapy and yell at him. Who are you, Quasimodo? How'd you get here? No answer, just a blank stare, like a dog that can't recall pissing on a carpet. So you're a foreigner, is that it? Don't speak the lingo? You continue in a less vehement tone. At this point, the man bursts into tears, waving his hands in all directions. You complain bitterly. He's never going to talk. The guy's a mute, just your luck. So this is definitely the guy that was in the hospital at 7:22, brought in by the Valencia car. So if we could talk to the Valencia people, maybe they'll know. Maybe someone in that car hit him. Okay, so we're told to draw this card and we're told to flip it right away. Even equipped with pens, you're unable to communicate. You do understand one thing. When he nervously agitates 2 fingers in front of his mouth, you hand him your pack of cigarettes. This isn't going to work, you sigh. We need an interpreter. Not going to happen, Lieutenant Colonel. We tried, but is there really nobody in this town who can grasp what he's trying to tell us? Call the station in Nice. Well, it's just that sign language has been banned in Europe since 1880. Banned? Well, he obviously knows it. Frustrated, you quickly search the suspect and walk out without another word. Let's see. Repeats a sequence of signs with his hand, palm open facing outwards, little finger extended, index and middle fingers crossed, all fingertips touching the thumb. What the hell? A sequence of signs. Okay, palm open facing outwards. That's the first one. The second one is little finger extended. The third one, index and middle finger crossing. All fingertips touching thumb, index and middle fingers extended and spread. Index and middle fingers extended and spread. That one I'm not sure how to make sense of. These look like letters. He's spelling out a 5-letter word. Palm open. One. That's I think. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe S? Something IS. Don't know that one. Let's see. Surely we've got someone in the channel who knows sign language. Index and middle fingers extended and spread. I guess that, I'm not sure if it means that. You also note various items found on this person. A bloodstained handkerchief embroidered with 2 intertwined gold H's, a gold key with a key fob with the number 543, 3 casino chips marked Société des Bons de Mer, and 1 small folding jeweler's loop. That's the thing that you look at the diamonds to see if they're real. So maybe this guy is a jeweler from outside Europe who they brought in to authenticate some information, and he swallowed the diamond, the fake diamond, don't forget. And he's got things you can ask him about things, and you can ask people about him, right? That's the double-sided nature of this. And he's got a gold key with the key fob. That seems like we might be able to open something. We could use that key by combining him with a lock. 543. Petiole says that American Sign Language is based on French Sign Language, IREL or IREV. And Marco points out there's a lot of question marks on the right, so we don't know what that means. All right, so all we know is in the morning he was brought in because of an accident, and then he tried to escape. Okay, so that's the picture I'm putting together here. This guy was brought into the hospital at 7:21 by a Valencia race car. Probably hit him accidentally at some point. He's brought into the hospital. He's swallowed a diamond. He's afraid the cops are going to catch him. He swallowed a diamond. He probably is an expert jeweler with the loop, but then why would he swallow a fake diamond? Anyway, he's afraid the cops are going to come, so he's jumped out of his hospital bed, stumbled around, and got caught. So this guy is a bad guy, afraid to get caught by the police. We know he was in the casino. That might be where he's got a locker. I just realized something else. Okay, what's HH? I was thinking Howard Hughes, but what's his embroidered gold H's? 2 embroidered gold H's. What is that? What is our embroidered 2 gold H's? Maybe telling us his name? No. No, I don't think so. I have a theory. Here's my theory. The Hermitage Hotel, HH. What do you think? HH could be Hermitage Hotel. And maybe that's his room number, 543. Although key with key fob, I'm not sure if they have gold keys there, but maybe. All right, well, let's take our break and then let's see if we can't. This guy is our main lead. So I say we try to track him down. He's up to no good. We can track down where he stayed and what that key opens. Maybe we'll get the rest of his accomplices. I wonder also about, I've got a theory, very preliminary theory, but remember we heard on the radio there was some commotion at the exotic garden, another mention of a wild animal attacking someone. I'm kind of thinking that this guy is part of a group that might have caused a diversion. I wonder if they didn't let out some animal as a diversion. That's a theory. All right, let's take our next break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. Let's see what the chat has been talking about. You're supposed to be resting and stretching and filling up your tea, but the chat has been chatting. There's discussion about the sign language. It's definitely a V, not an L. So the translation is blank IREV. John says, I think the man who is thought to have been attacked by an animal is the mute. That's the guy who got dropped off at the hospital. A hotel does seem like a solid lead. Part of me is curious about the Oceanic Museum. Could more scuba equipment or sea-related equipment have been stolen? If the stone is in his lung, maybe Jesse was right about the stones being hidden in the oxygen tanks. Could it have been accidentally inhaled? Too far-fetched. That does seem too far-fetched to me. It's an interesting idea, though. Melissa says, you can't inhale something that big, that deep into the lung. It would block your airway first. We know it's not a diamond, but do we know if it's a fake diamond versus another precious stone? That's an interesting idea. That's very astute observation. No one said it was a fake diamond, just that it wasn't a diamond, but it could be a different stone, not made out of carbon. Could we ask Cartier about the fake diamond? That's an interesting idea too. I do think that's a very astute observation. No one has said we should not jump to the conclusion that it's a fake diamond. It could just be another precious stone. But let me point out, well, there are actually paper clips here. So let's go find Cartier. Can we ask Cartier about the X-ray? Can he notice anything about the shape of it? No, he can't. So we can't ask him about the X-ray. Maybe if we can get the actual precious stone out. Now, we could ask the mute about his own X-ray, but he won't say anything about it. Okay. This is and this is actually okay. Let's stop for a second. We have this idea of combining the numbers with two things is interesting. We haven't seen anything quite like that, but it's similar. But this fact that these things are double-sided, so you can ask him about something, or someone about him. So, for example, at the hospital, we had the nurse. Could we ask the nurse about this guy? No. We can't ask her if she was the one that escaped. Okay. All right. Well, I think an interpreter, yes, an interpreter would be someone nice to talk to. I think we should follow up our bad guy here. He definitely did not want the police to find him. He's run out of the hospital. So I think we should focus on retracing his steps. Blood-stained handkerchief. Intertwined gold H's. Okay, let's go to the Hermitage Hotel. Belle Epoque Palace Hotel overlooking the port, very cosmopolitan clientele. Roof dome covers it over its winter garden, designed by Gustave Eiffel from the Eiffel Tower. Owned by the Société des Bains de Mer, which also runs the casino. Oh, look it up here. What's this? The Hermitage Hotel. I'm going to do a new thing with the time clocks. I'm going to use this. White means we haven't done it. Black means we've done it. You know the hotel well and walk straight to reception. There, you notice a man who is initially walking towards you from the guest rooms, but abruptly changes direction and joins a conversation between a group of tourists, as if to avoid you and keep an eye on you. So Pierre Gallant, we already have him out. He's the writer. In front of you, a receptionist greets you with a strong Russian accent. Welcome to the Hermitage Hotel, sir. How may I help you? Peter Birov. What do you notice about that name? Something should jump out at you at his Peter's name. What jumps out at you? What jumps out about Piotr? Ding, ding, ding. The sign language. Exactly right. Exactly right. That is what the chat was decoding the sign language to. Right? IREV, but probably a B. BIREV, but it was probably OV. So there we go. This guy at the hotel, Piotr, is what the mute guy was signing. And there's our double H confirmation that we're at the right place. Okay, let's flip this card. Okay, so we are cracking this case wide open with this visit. Everything we made sense out of. Okay, Piotr, how do you pronounce that name? Piotr Birov, receptionist, born in Moscow, employed for 2 years. Multilingual, speaks French, English, Greek, Italian, Russian, German, and Spanish, among other languages, no doubt. Sign language, I'll bet. To enter a room, prepare the desired key by matching the bottom of this card against the top of the 8 card for the Hermitage Hotel. Feel free to slide the assembled cards to obtain room keys. After assembling the desired key, collect the card shown by the key fob. Inspecting a room takes time. If the card does not exist, then you've wasted time. Okay, let's try to understand how this works. This is very interesting. Okay, so it's possible that our mute guy was simply telling us the name of someone who knows at the hotel. He's telling us the name of this. At first, I thought this guy was his accomplice, but no, I think he's basically just saying, there's a guy at the hotel who can translate for me. And I'll bet he's going to let us unlock these question mark numbers. Okay, but let's understand how to do this key stuff first. Okay, let's see. They look like brothers. That's an interesting observation. I'll also note this guy is the guy on the cover of the box. All right, but let's understand this first. It sounds like it was saying match these two up. Okay. It says matching the bottom of this card against the top of the Hermitage Hotel card. Then we slide them to obtain room keys. After assembling the desired key, collect the card shown by the key fob. So I guess the idea is if you wanted room 142, you'd take card 85 if it doesn't exist, or whatever that number is. 85. So if you wanted to go to room 142, you'd look for card 85. If it doesn't exist, you pay the penalty. If you wanted to go to room 342, you'd look for card 25. If you wanted to go to room 542, you'd look for card 35. Okay, so given that, and the mute has 543, so if we wanted to try to use his key to go 543, it's right here. We would look up card 33. That seems like something we're going to do, but before we even do that, we need to finish resolving this card by advancing time. 1220. At the turn of the century, cars used to kick up an incredible amount of dust, and for many years the only solution was macadams, who surfaced roads with stone chippings. But naturally, the stones damaged the tires. Then in 1902, Monaco became the first city in the world with an asphalt road, thanks to the miraculous technique invented by a certain Dr. Tar. Lots of nice, fun history in this game. All right, so this gets put away, but there's another card here, a walkie-talkie card. If we have the walkie-talkie, we get to read this, which we do. Your walkie-talkie crackles into life again. Monaco here, have you heard the radio? Long pause ensues, punctuated by a heavy sigh. Yes, I'm not far from there. I'll check it out, then head back to the Grand Blue. Okay, I have to get ready for the race. For the race? You raise your bushy eyebrows. What do these guys have to do with the race? You put down your walkie-talkie with the impression you're missing a trick. Okay. So I'll put this off to the side. Now let's go back to this. So I see a couple of options for us. Let's do it this way. A couple of options for us. We can try to take the mute's key and go into this room. Or we can bring the receptionist over to, let's see, there's two ways to do it, right? We could ask the mute about the receptionist by going to 62, or we could ask the receptionist about the mute, but those cards don't line up. Okay, so that doesn't work. But we can ask the mute. We can bring these two together, presumably. Do we want to do that? Or do we want to try to go in the room? Seems like we're going to for sure want to do both of them eventually. So maybe it doesn't matter. Chat is still talking about this card. I'm not far from there. I'll check it out, then head back to the Grand Blue. Have to get ready for the race. Well, let's decide this first. Do you want to go into this guy's room or talk? Jonathan says we should do the room first. Okay. I'm going to put the mute back. I'm going to line these up. He's got a key. Gold key. Gold key with a key fob right with the number 543. Okay, we don't have to slide these at all. We can just go 543. It's not missing a key. That concerns me a little bit. this like a trick? Everyone wants to go to the room. I mean, it could be a locker, but okay, it sure seems like this. Okay, so 543, if we want to go to that room, doesn't require any sliding. We're just going to grab card 33. All right, and if it's not there, we have to pay a cost in time. So let's see. Okay, so there is a key card for 543. The rules said inspecting a room if it does not exist. Okay, but it does exist. So we just get to read, we just get this card. We don't have to read it now, but yes, let's go ahead and read it now. Careful, this customer is probably asleep right now, Peter Byrov tells you. Since he works nights and sleeps during the day, we don't even do housekeeping. Still, you decide to open the door without any special consideration. You were expecting to find a big mess, but at first glance, you get the impression of a tidy guest staying alone. Every shirt is neatly folded, the bathroom is spotless. An overlooked empty tequila bottle on the balcony is the only thing at odds with this image of the perfect customer. You dig deeper. From a chest of drawers, you retrieve Gem Cutter's diploma and a book with a worn leather cover and yellowed pages that rustle as you turn them. So it looks like we've got his name here. Where's our... Francois Perrier, April 12th, 1955. So we just got this certificate. He just got certified as a professional jewelry appraiser, it looks like. And what does this guy tell us? He says he's probably asleep. He works nights, sleeps during the day. Okay, and now it gives us the book. I'm going to put this to tell me that we need to remember to do that. Let's take a look at what book. Presumably some old book about some old jewelry. Okay, well, there's the book. Oh, it's sign language. Okay. 1760, first free educational institute for deaf people founded in Paris. Outlawed by the Milan Conference, this 8 language cannot be used to communicate with God and promotes tuberculosis. How crazy is that? All right, well, we've already figured this out on our own. That's pretty neat, though. All right, so that's not very helpful to us, but confirms what we already suspected. Now we need to advance time. 1240. During your stay in Monaco, be sure to visit our fabulous exotic garden, the only garden of its kind in the world with a magnificent observatory cave. One of Monaco's many peculiarities is the cave network underneath the city, a real honeycomb. You may recall that the casino is built on the Spelunguous Plateau, which means the plateau of caves. I'm sure you made the connection with the word speleology. You're such a culture buff, Francis. That's RMC for you. Okay, so underground network under the exotic gardens. That's tempting. Okay, so, but the only thing this has taught us at this cost of some real time is that he's just a newly trained jewelry guy. But do we think... I think we should try to make them talk to each other and see what happens. I mean, we've gone to all the trouble. Let's see what happens. It is weird, though, that it's not going the other way. Like, why aren't we asking Peter about the mute? Instead, we're asking the mute about Peter. But I guess that means we're interacting with the mute guy, who we think is Francois. Sign language card has paper clips too. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if we do this, I mean, if we do this, I don't know. Do you think we do this to have him to understand what he says? Or we do this to get this guy to translate for him? Feels like getting the guy to translate would be more useful than us trying to do letter by letter. I feel like this is just going to confirm that he was asking for this guy. John says, when was the special time we were supposed to draw a card? 12:40 or 1:40? 1:40. 1:40. So we still got 40 minutes. 1:40 or 2 p.m. I think no matter how you look at it, we're going to want to put these two together. If they lie, he doesn't seem like he's lying, then we'll know. But either way, I do think we're going to put these two together. 62. Unless you want to investigate further. No, I think we put these two together. Let's see what happens. I'm a little nervous, but let's see what happens. So the card says hire. I guess that means we're going to hire him to translate. Byrov clambers into your sidecar and you roar off. Along the way, he talks about his mute son who remained in Russia. You stop listening well before you reach the police station. I want to know who this chap is, you say, pointing at the mute. After a lengthy exchange of gestures, Pyotr Byrov turns to you at last. His name is Francois Perrier. Officially, he's restoring the marquise stones in a chandelier hanging in the palace's ceremonial apartments. I'll check, that's all? No. He says the palace was burgled and he saw everything. But his feet are cold. He'll only cooperate if you find him some shoes. Easy, give him yours. I offered, but they're too small. First your cigs, now your boots. Despite your gut telling you it's worth indulging him, you're torn about giving him a pair of your own, even the old ones kicking around in the motorcycle trunk. Look at all the things on this card. Look at all the symbols on this card. What is all this? What does it all mean? Like, why aren't those blank? Why are they question marks? That's so strange. All right, well, I'm going to put the thing here to remind us that we have to advance the clock. So we haven't done it yet. We have our boots. We would actually have to do it. But let's advance time first. Seeing them, we know why Sharon was so angry this morning. Very cheeky, really. Absolutely. Lancia swapped the chassis on its cars last night, following the incidents that occurred during a qualifying yesterday. But Sharon is a big fellow and could no longer fit in his car. They had to bend the gear lever, and he'll be competing without his fourth and fifth gears. Good luck to him. Okay, so it's 1:20 now. The game is making us worry about giving him the boots, but this seems like an easy call to me because he's got a reasonable explanation. Okay, so what's going on here? I think this guy has swallowed one of the marquee stones in the chandelier to steal it. But I also believe that he may have seen everything at the burglary. I do believe there was a burglary and he may have seen everything. So I am being inclined to get him to talk. Why is he not wearing shoes? I mean, I think they put him in the hospital. Maybe they took off his shoes to put him in the hospital. But what, are we going to hold on to these boots to give to someone else? What's the odds someone else is going to want our boots? All right, so do we give it to the interpreter to give to him? That would be 56 down here. Or do we give it to him directly? 50 question mark because he doesn't know how to translate. All right, I guess we give it to the interpreter who's communicated to us that he wants it. So 56, let's do it. Okay. Question the mute. You return from your motorcycle with your old boots in hand, but the mute shakes his head and points at the ones on your feet. I think he prefers these ones, the carabiner says. Thanks, I get it. You have two minds about indulging his whim. The mute is testing you. Sure, you're on his side. Sure, you're ready for anything. Let him introduce himself for a start. If he doesn't talk right now, I'll stuff my damn boots down his throat. You take off your boots in excited anticipation. This guy seems to be the only witness to the burglary. Time to find out what he knows. Francois Perrier. Mute since being struck in the frontal lobe by a bullet during the Second World War. He's a gem cutter, currently staying at the Hermitage Hotel. Make the mute talk. Seated on a chair, Francois Perrier smiles at you, revealing a gold tooth. Now at last you can ask him a few questions. So let's see what's happened here. Here he was originally. It does say find an interpreter. Here he was originally, and now we filled in a bunch of new symbols, changed some symbols. Pretty weird mechanically. Okay, but now we've unlocked him. So now we can ask him things about things. So could we quiz him on the diamond he swallowed? Yes, we can. We can quiz him on his x-ray. Do we want to, though? Marco says if we'd used the sign language card, we would have gotten the same information. Do we dare quiz him on the x-ray showing he swallowed a gem? It's an interesting strategic question as a detective. What would you do? You want information from him. He's willing to talk, but you've got evidence that he's a thief. Should you confront him with it and use that as leverage? Or are you afraid if you show it to him, he's going to clam up and lie? Stop talking. Petio says, what other cards do we have to talk to him about? I'm not sure we have much else to talk to him about. We don't really have many other people to ask him about. Sign language. I don't really have much else to ask him about, to be honest. Let's go ahead and ask him. Let's go confront him with the information about. Did I forget to move time ahead? I can't remember. Let's confront him about the diamond in his stomach. Okay, so 30 would be confronting him about not the diamond, but the gem that he's swallowed. I don't think it's in his lungs. Maybe that is the stomach. Okay, 30. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. All right, here we go. He's giving us an alibi. Why would that be? Looks like we could ask him about, well, whatever it is. We're confronting him, and he's giving us his alibi. Let's see. One of a team of 5 gem cutters hired by Cartier on the prince's orders has been working at the palace for the past 3 nights on a highly confidential assignment, his version of last night's events. He arrived at the palace at 11 p.m. His colleagues were running late, started cutting diamonds alone. Attacked by 4 well-informed masked individuals, refused to give them the gemstone he was working on. When cornered, he swallowed the stone. Assailants threatened to cut his stomach open. He managed to escape. In the gardens, he hid in the lion cage, using his shoes to keep the feline at bay, and then fainted. Woke up at the hospital, heard the news on the radio, mentioned him, and that he was at the hospital. Scared the thieves would come looking for him, he fled. Picked up by police roadblock. All right, well, that's a fairly consistent theory statement of what happened that makes him out to be the good guy. He didn't swallow this gem to steal it. But on the other hand, it's not a real diamond. Started cutting diamonds alone, attacked by masked individuals, swallowed the stone. It's a little bit confusing there. I mean, we know it's not a diamond that's in his belly. So what's going on there? Diamonds, gemstones. And then we're told he went in the lion's cage. That's where his boots went. That sounds all reasonable. And we know he's brand new to cutting gems. It's very odd that this guy who's brand new got hired. There's something else that's odd. Look, one of a team of 5, he gets there alone and 4 masked robbers come. Doesn't that strike you as odd? There's supposed to be a team of 5. He's working, 4 masked individuals show up. That seems like it's the other 4 people, doesn't it? But we can ask Cartier about him. And why is it so confidential? Yeah. Well, now I want to talk to Cartier for sure. And they were working at the palace for the past 3 nights. Let me point out that we do have an entry for the palace. So I'd be inclined to go there. How very strange. How very strange. All right, well, if we get out Cartier, we already checked if we could ask him about the x-ray. That didn't work. But we can ask him about the mute, and he does have an entry for it. Shall we ask him about Francois Perrier? Where's the entry for our guy? I just wanted to see this. If we tried to ask him about this guy before he was translated, 75, still 75. Okay, that's a clever system. All right, shall we ask Cartier about this guy? Let's do it, 75. All right, let's hear what he has to say about Francois Perrier. If I may be so bold, Soraya, the diamond in your wedding ring is magnificent. You find Pierre Cartier deep in conversation with the Empress of Iran, who has come to watch the race. He does, however, excuse himself in order to hear your description of that morning's fugitive. Slightly hunchbacked mute, you say? Francois Perrier, no doubt, Cartier confirms. Do you know him? Of course. He's one of my gem cutters. I even paid for his training. I can vouch for both his honesty and his craftsmanship. I trust him totally, to the point that I agreed to let him work on an important commission. And what would that be? Sorry, that's confidential. Ask the prince for the details. Now, if you'll excuse me, he says, gesturing towards his waiting customer, it might not be obvious, but I'm actually working. He's working doing sales. Okay, so he trusts this guy completely, paid for his schooling, and that leads us to trust this guy more when this guy gives us his description of how things went. So, assuming we believe this guy, Francois Perrier, assuming we believe this guy, which I'm inclined to do, then we believe these events. He went to the gardens, he hid in a lion cage, fainted, someone saw him, drove him to the hospital. That part all sounds irrelevant for us. We probably shouldn't waste time pursuing it. The question is, where did the other robbers go? It seems to me that we might want to head to the scene of the crime. The prince's palace where the robbers got in. It's almost time to trigger the prince. It's 1:20. I think we should go to the prince's palace. Yeah, I wonder, the chat says, after confronting the mute, they stole the scuba tanks. I wonder if they didn't put the diamonds and gems in the scuba tanks and then hope to have them out on the water and rob them. Built atop a 200-foot wall. Only way in is through the main door. You swing open the palace gate and stop in front of the metal detector gate. A few days ago, the prince insisted on installing it to enhance security. You greet the guard posted in front of the device. He hands you a basket in which to place all your belongings. Then you walk barefoot through the arch, which sets off an alarm. A slightly embarrassed guard points to your watch. After removing it, you walk through the gate again, this time without incident. You sign the day register while your possessions are meticulously inspected one after the other. Perfect, thank you. Now please raise your arms so that we can pat you down. What's the meaning of this? We may not have met before, but you need to know I'm the chief officer of the Carabiniers. Prince's orders, sir. And we'll be going through the same rigmarole when I leave? Yes, sir. And whenever you visit, sir, we take security seriously in Monaco, Monsieur Gallatin. Open the red folder marked confidential. Spread it out and place this card in it. Take A to G palace locations at the bottom of the story deck and 69, the night register. Wow, things just got serious. Okay, take the red folder marked confidential. Spread it out. Wow, look at this. We're in like a little mini adventure inside the prince's palace. So we're inside the prince's palace. Archives, armory, prince's gardens, prince's palace entrance, ceremonial apartments, throne room, and the Hercules gallery. The only entrance here at the front entrance. Only one way in and out with metal detectors. There's the metal detector. Notice you have to take your boots off. You don't think this guy was lying to us about how he lost his boots? We're going to have to check his story about lions because I wonder if he lost his shoes here. Very interesting now. Okay, so this card goes in it and it wants us to take A through G. Wow, this is serious. We're not going to finish this tonight. So here's A through G. Look how serious this is with the map, showing where on the map each of these locations are. All right, I feel like it would be good to like cover up the rest of this location while we're in here. I think I have a way to do that during the break. But let's finish doing this. Take also wants us to get out the night register. Okay. The night register doesn't trigger right away, so we just leave that out on the board. But we do have to trigger this. A new board game called Scrabble, released in France this year. Players have to form words using wooden letter tiles on a little rack. After Monopoly almost 10 years ago, the boom in modern board games is really shaking up those Saturday afternoons with the family. Okay. Now we have a red clock that we're forced to read. It's at 1:30 here. The red diamond. A carabinier appears from nowhere, an envelope in his hand. After going to the toilet, the gentleman in custody at the station gave us this. You whistle in admiration at the sight of the deep red gemstone that your officers have recovered and tuck the envelope in your breast pocket for safekeeping. If you have not yet been to Fort Antoine, the prince is becoming impatient. Gain 1 star. You have no choice but to go. Read 11 immediately. So this is the thing where we're called to 1:40 at 1:40 p.m. But so the way I read this is we have been to Fort Antoine, haven't we? Yes, we have been to Fort Antoine, where we met the prince. So we don't have to gain a star, but we still have to go here, right? Read 11 immediately. Oh, we already did read 11. We've already done this. Okay, so we don't have to do that, but we are going to have to go do his thing right now anyway. All right. So we did already read 11. This is the red diamond. It's got paper clips. It's a small card with paper clips. Now we could ask people about the red diamond. Okay, so I'm going to put the red diamond, a small card with our stuff. We have done this time clock now, so we're done with this. But now the top of this deck reads 140. And where were we told that at 140 we have to do some stuff? Here's card 11 that we had already read. He's interested in his scuba cylinders, which we think is how people are smuggling stuff out. Where was the card that told us? Okay, I wrote down that it was card 7. Okay, so at the police station, if at any time your watch reads 140, then get out card 15. Okay, so it's now 140, which is what the top card here says. So I'm going to get out this card 15. The prince wants to talk to us. Okay. We're going to speak to a diver. I see. Here we go. He introduces himself as Commander Cousteau. Pleased to meet you, Monsieur Gallatin. What a pleasant surprise to find you here today. You know the man, this friend of the prince is famous for inventing the aqualung. This is Jacques Cousteau? No. Yeah, this is Jacques Cousteau, the famous Jacques. It's the wrong card. Thank you. Whoops. Sorry about that. All right, we're going to meet Jacques Cousteau eventually. It's not the end of the world. Thank you for catching that. Okay, here's the prince. The prince was hiding something from you. Did you guess what? The prince beckons you to come closer. From his conspiratorial tone, you assume he's worried about being overheard. Forgive me, I didn't tell you the whole story this morning. I worked that much out, you snap back with a clenched jaw. 5 uncut diamonds belonging to my family were stolen. Red diamonds. So why didn't you tell me? Well, because they're meant for an engagement ring. You suddenly understand his discomfort when he resumes. I intend to propose to Grace Kelly with a ring in the colors of Monaco. Clearly, the news has leaked. Who knew? Nobody. Until I asked my friend Pierre Cartier to cut the stones. He then appointed 5 master gem cutters. They worked nights in the Hall of Mirrors. Unfortunately, 4 of them turned out to be crooks who were delighted to have access to the royal residence. The 5th managed to escape them by hiding in my old lion's cage. I found him in there this morning and dropped him off unconscious in the hospital. What about the others? How did they get out of the palace? Vanished into thin air, Gallatin. Meet me again this evening. I expect results. If you guessed 4 or more of the items in bold, gain 2 star. Write them down for the final score. One thing that's odd about this is it's now clear the stars are good. But why did it want us not to have visited him earlier? That's a weird thing. Right? We got a card. We got a card that says if you haven't been to Fort Antoine, you have to go now, get a star. Why did it reward us for not going there? Here, this one. When we got this gem, it said, if you have not yet been to the fort, gain 1 star. That's weird. We're being penalized by visiting him. Oh, you think a red star is different from a black star? That's interesting. I didn't even notice that. That's a good call. Okay, well, let's keep track of our stars here. All right, let's see. What did we figure out? 5 uncut diamonds belonging to my family were stolen. Red diamonds. Okay, well, we did figure out that red diamonds. So I'm going to give us 1 star for that. They're meant for an engagement ring. Okay, we didn't figure that out. I intended to propose to Grace Kelly with the ring in the colors of Monaco. We didn't figure that out. 5 master gem cutters. We figured that out. Worked nights in the... Oh, if you've guessed 4 or more. Okay, worked nights in the Hall of Mirrors. I mean, we knew they worked nights. That's +1. And he hid in the lion's cage. We knew that from what he told us. And someone dropped him off unconscious at the hospital. I'm not sure we knew exactly that. But either way, we got at least 4 of them. So we're getting 2 stars. I'm okay with that. +2 black stars from card 15. Okay. And then he wants us to come back in the evening, and he's going to... And we still have to advance time. Okay, the chat says... Pure diamonds are carbon-colored ones, have impurity, so they're revealed in the X-ray. Petiole says red stars are bad. That's a good observation. Marco says they stole the diamonds. The plan is to escape by sea with the scuba diving gear. I think that sounds right. I think they've taken the gems, they've put them in the scuba diving equipment, and then maybe they've just left out the front without setting off alarms, and then the scuba team brought the scuba stuff down without realizing that there had been a robbery or without realizing that there's anything odd about them. But he's figured out that they're real. Don't forget there's a helicopter at the museum. Most likely no one can fly, but would be an interesting way to escape. That's an interesting point. Okay, let's make time tick by. Now it's over to Anne, who's coming to us live from the Oceanographic Museum. Anne, I'm with Monsieur Cousteau, captain of the Calypso. Anne? Yes, Francis? Sorry to cut in, but it's nearly 2 o'clock and time for our RMC contest. Okay, and here is something we've not seen before. Our alarm is going off. Okay, let's read this card. It's your chance to win a marvel of modern technology, a personal transistor radio. This receiver, which you can carry with you wherever you go, lets you listen into the radio on holiday, in the street, and even at work. Our regular listeners will surely know the answer to the question, Francis. Here we go. Who paved the way for the Monaco Grand Prix by inventing something to make roads less dusty? Was it A, Dr. Tar, B, Engineer McAdam, or C, Professor Bitumen? If you know the answer, give us a call. Event 3 at the bottom of this deck, if you decide to call the radio station. Okay, we know the answer to this, right? It's Dr. Tar. So let's call in the radio station. Let's call in the radio station by getting event 3. So I'm taking event 3 from the bottom of this deck, unless someone stops me and tells me not to. Let's see what it says. You wedge the handset between your ear and shoulder. At last, someone picks up. Hello, I'm calling about that Parisian accent, Monsieur Galaton. You suddenly wonder whether to hang up. Are you actually entering a radio contest? Are you calling about the messages? Message? Oh, yeah, of course. Ha! For a moment, I thought you wanted to enter our contest. Come down to the press area as soon as you can. We have something to show you. So we called in. It's not really for us winning the contest. It's just we've made contact with the radio station, which has brought this card out, which goes over here. That's Radio Monte Carlo. We've now known how to go to. Okay. Well, we were on our way into the Prince's fortress, Prince's palace. We got all distracted here. All right, let's talk. Let's see what I've missed here. Don't get yourself in the news, says DJ Moneycut. Possibly, DJ says they couldn't have left through the front without anyone seeing the tanks. Possibly they left through the caves under the palace. I think you're probably right. Although, I would note that then our whole theory of smuggling the jewels out on the tanks is probably wrong. Like if you were going to escape underwater, maybe you're using the tanks to escape, but then you don't have to hide the gems in the tanks, which probably makes more sense, right? You probably can't put the jewels in the tank. So I think rather than putting the gems in the tank to smuggle them out, they've just they found a secret way through the underground tunnels to get to the water. And they're just using the tanks to do it. All right, well, let's take our next break. We'll come back. Maybe we'll just head straight into the Prince's palace and try to find how the robbers escaped, or maybe we go to the museum and talk to Jacques Cousteau about, get some information about aqualung and tanks and how you would use them. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. 1 a.m. here. We've been playing for 3 hours. The chat is active. Petiol is signing off. Anna says, wasn't the tunnel's entry at the exotic gardens? John says, if we go underground, we might lose our walkie-talkie signal. That's very smart. We should think about what might be on the radio when we go underground that we don't want to miss. DJ Mighty Cut says, how can we learn the identity of the other gem cutters? Well, I mean, Cartier hired them all, so presumably he should know their identities. But the real question is, where are they and how are they intending to get out? So let me suggest a couple of things. I mean, we could try to catch them. All right, so let's recap a couple things, though. The radio station has a message for us. We should probably go there sooner rather than later to get that message. I think we should go to the museum, the Oceanographic Museum, just to see Jacques Cousteau, because I picked this card up out of order. And then we should go back into the Prince's Palace and check out the night register. That might have the names of the other gem cutters. So I think once we go in here, time passes. Like, I don't want to keep going back in here. I think it might be time expensive to go in here and out each time. Our next event on the radio is at 6 p.m. So let's go get our message here. And then let's visit Jacques Cousteau, and then let's go back into the Prince's thing. So I'm going to go here for the radio message first, because I'm curious what this was about. Safety cordons open and close along your way to the designated press area. Radio Monte Carlo's small glazed booth offers an unmatched view over Port Hercules and the race. Mr. Gallatin, over here. You instantly recognize the voice as one you've been hearing over the airwaves since this morning. Francis Blanche removes his headset and steps away from the microphone to greet you. If you'd like a transistor radio, help yourself. They're a revolution. Now you can listen to the radio anytime, anywhere. From now on, whenever you see that symbol, treat it like that symbol. So now we can listen underground. Jonathan, we were worried about going underground and not being able to hear the radio, but now that he's given us a transistor radio, we can hear the radio. Here, we wanted to show you this, adds Anne de la Valette, handing you a typewritten page. We've been recording some strange messages all morning. You may read any blue time cards that were left aside. So they've been recording these strange broadcasts that are happening over shortwave. We put this one aside. Now we can read it. Your walkie-talkie. Okay. We did it. Is everyone all right? We're out. But one cylinder was empty. The devil didn't follow us. And no more diesel. Still in there. There's something wrong with my diamond. Calm down. We stick to the plan. Don't make waves. Just go back and do your jobs. This is definitely, the plot that's going on here is definitely a little deeper than what we've got on the surface. One cylinder was empty. The devil didn't follow us. I wonder if our mute guy is in this more than he's revealing. The devil didn't follow us. There's something wrong with my diamond. Like fake diamond. But he gave us back. The guy that we found in the hospital delivered this to us. So that makes me think he is a good guy. But something else is going on. Don't make waves, just go back and do your jobs. Anna says the mute is the mastermind. Jonathan says, are we mishearing the hotel man's name? I don't know what you mean, Jonathan. Can you clarify that? But definitely this plot seems a little deeper than what we're first understanding. Do you have the tapes of your broadcasts? Of course, you can read all time cards not already seen. I'm not sure what that's about. If your watch reads 220 or 240, then the prince is going to talk to us. That is a little confusingly written. It sounds like we're going to get that triggered for us at 220 or 240. Or was that the prince card that we already read? Oh, that was the prince card that we already read. Okay. Well, that's already done. Let's see. Wasn't it like Bevel and we're hearing Devil? That's interesting. Melissa says, could the hotel guy actually be in on it because he's the only one that can understand the mute and they're all working together? I think the fact that he's on the cover gives more weight to that as well. Yes, it's certainly possible that our hotel guy is in on it. And I'll tell you what else. The fact that that whole system for getting into rooms was more complicated makes me think the rest of the people might be at the hotel too. But let's keep going. So let's flip this to trigger time. The cars are being brought onto the starting grid, Anne. The drivers are watching each other and the atmosphere is electric. A race is about to start, but first a few commercials. Okay, so it's 2:40 p.m. The race is starting at 3 p.m., 3 to 6. So that might be what we should expect as our time clock when the race ends. All right, so we think there's something definitely going up. We're fairly certain these are the criminals we're hearing on the radio. Have you heard the radio? I'm not far from there. Check it out. Head back to the Grand Blue. Yeah, I have to get ready for the race. Why is this criminal involved in the race? Sorry, did that one event trigger at 2:40? We had the competition at 2, and then we're told that at 2:20 or 2:40, the Prince card here, and then this said, if your watch reads 2:20 or 2:40, 15 Prince Rainier. But we already triggered that. There's the card. We already spoke to him. So that already happened. And now we don't have to, we can listen to the radio underground and we listen to the old walkie-talkie stuff. Could they be using the race as their time to escape? Everyone will be at the race and they can get away a little easier. It's certainly possible. All right, so it looks like most of what we're gonna do is in the princess thing. We definitely are a little unsure about our mute guy, although I tend to believe him. Let me just see what his possessions were again. I'll make sure he doesn't have something we're not paying attention to. He's got casino chips. So he was spending time in the casino. We haven't been to the casino yet. So where haven't we been? We haven't been to the casino. We haven't been the outside exotic garden where there was some sort of animal attack. That's not where this guy hid, though. Francois, the gem cutter, he wasn't here. He was in the Prince's Gardens. And then we have the Oceanographic Museum, which is right by the water. So my pitch is that we not go to the exotic garden, animal attack, or the casino, and we treat these as potential red herrings until we have reason to go there. Because we might be limited on time, it might be better for us to spend most of our time in the Prince's Palace. But I do think we should go here because I misread Jacques Cousteau, and I think we should do that. And maybe that's the escape route, and he can tell us about the cylinders and how you would escape. Okay, so we're going to go here. Jules Roche, the museum director, joins you. Hi, Chief. Come to look at the world's first helicopter? It's been reassembled for the exhibition. Do I look like a tourist, you mutter? You stop in front of a display case containing 4 sets of apparently recent diving apparatus. Do you have alarms in the museum? Alarms? This isn't an art gallery, you know, and we're in Monaco. A man carrying a diving cylinder appears in the distance, then vanishes into an office. So we found we found 4 cylinders. We found 4 diving cylinders, but they're all property of Cousteau. Probably not any that were taken from the prince. But we've got the helicopter and the diver. Let's get out these cards. And time is passing, unfortunately. Let me get out these cards. Jonathan's right. They may be planning on getting out through the helicopter. Or maybe that's a red herring. Okay, so we've got 2 new cards out. One is Jacques Cousteau, and one is the helicopter guy to talk to. So these go off on a table for us to deal with. Before we proceed, we need to advance time. It's now 2:40. Still don't know why Monaco's involved in the Grand Chant. That's an easy one. If we change our habits, we're done for. Wait a minute. Is one of the burglars a racing driver? You grab your notebook, determined to write down anything relating to the race that could help you identify them. So someone with the nickname of Monaco is somehow involved in the race, and we're told he's going to stay involved because he doesn't want to do anything that would be suspicious. So he's going to stick to old habits. So it sounds like during the race we should pay attention, especially if someone uses the nickname Monaco, because we heard that before. Monaco here. Have you heard the radio? So someone's got a nickname of Monaco. All right, now, this feels like a red herring, but because I looked at Cousteau's card by accident, I feel like I should do it. And we've got the 4 tanks. These might be the tanks that were smuggled out. We don't know. But let's go talk to the diver, Jacques Cousteau. Famous, I don't know if any of we're all probably too young for Jacques Cousteau, but he was a very famous figure in diving, very charismatic. He had this classic look. He introduces himself as Commander Cousteau. Pleased to meet you, Monsieur Gallatin. What a pleasant surprise to find you here today. You know the man. This friend of the prince is famous for inventing the aqualung. Right now, I'm seeking... Oh, this is him speaking. Right now, I am seeking funding to make a documentary about underwater life. I was supposed to go diving with the prince this morning, but he canceled. Do you know when I'll be able to see him? On Grand Prix Day? Even I'm having trouble catching him, you know? Well, if you see him, tell him I have his Mistrals, says Cousteau. They'll replace his old CG-45s. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Mistrals, the new diving regulators, I promised His Highness. And just like last time, I've engraved custom plates for him. He concludes brandishing a small yellow plate. It's a Mistral. It's the tank. This one has, he can answer questions. And he's got things. And there's a 4 cylinders here. They do have things. So we could ask him about these. We could ask him about these 4 that are here. Are these the old ones? Are these the ones the people that our robbers took out? Anna says, I thought Cousteau was a detective. That's a different Cousteau. That's from the Pink Panther, I think. Inspector Clouseau. Inspector Clouseau from the Pink Panther. This is Jacques Cousteau. There's a big difference. I want to ask him about this, especially since we don't think it takes up time. So let's get card 78. What can he tell us about these other cylinders? Hopefully it won't take time. It does take time. Cousteau scratches his right cheekbone, looking perplexed. Are you sure? Very well. He says, I thought I already explained it to you, but look here. He grabs the Mistral and taps his fingers against the plate on its regulator. I engraved SAS. Do you see? SAS as in Son Altesse Serenissime. Serenissime. His Serene Highness. And if you look closely, you also notice the serial numbers of his CG-45S follow one another. That's a pure coincidence, though. I just took what my supplier gave me. But why are you asking about this? I wasn't really asking about that. I was asking about the other tanks. I don't feel like should pay him for this. Matching cards takes time, DJ Moneycut says. It's only questioning them, interviewing doesn't. So this is supposed to take time. But I thought I was asking him about these. Okay. He's engraved them with His Highness, and he's got new tanks. Let me read this. Let me read this more carefully, see if we can't understand what's happening here, because I don't really understand this. He says, I've replaced his old CG-45s, which are going to be these, right? These are going to be CG-45s. Can you see the CG45 down here? SGDG. So let's see. 6698 6668 6701 2867. All right, so let me understand this. He says, I've got new ones. I have his Mistrals. These are the breathing oxygen tanks. The diving regulators, that's, I guess, these things that are on top of the tanks. Here are the regulators here. Okay. Like last time, I've engraved custom plates for him. SAS. Like last time, I've engraved custom plates. But these aren't engraved SAS. Just like last time, I have engraved custom plates for him. And then when we asked him about it, he says, I engraved SAS. You'll notice that the serial numbers of his CG45s follow one another. That's a pure coincidence. So these are not them. Is that what we're trying? Is that what we're learning here? That these are not them. These are not the ones we're looking for. This is a red herring. He hasn't engraved them with SAS. They're not sequentially numbered. These are not them. Not one of the four are the SASs. Okay, so I think this is just a red herring for us. I suppose we should advance time, even though I'm tempted to cheat, but he did tell us some information, so I guess we're going to go ahead and advance time. We'll cheat at the end if we have to, not in the middle. Not before we have to. It's 3 p.m. Charles Farreau, the race director, is finally waving the start to the Monaco Grand Prix. And what a start, ladies and gentlemen. Fangio takes the lead into the gasometer hairpin. Meanwhile, things are off to a bad start for the Ferrari team. Farina is already pitting to change a wheel. Okay, Fangio is in first place. Farina just retired. Okay. All right, so this trip here, the only thing that was important about this trip to the Oceanographic Museum is we now know we will spot the tanks when we see them. They'll be sequential and they'll have SAS on them. Jonathan says these tanks are motorcycles, so we get to keep these. Okay, good. So now we'll know the tanks when we see them. That's good. All right. Shall we head into the underground? Or does anyone want to insist that we go to the exotic garden or the casino before we do? It does seem very likely that the casino is going to be important. Because how could you go to Monte Carlo and not go to the museum? I mean, not go to the casino. So the question is, should we go to the casino before we head down into the palace? Do we need a vote? Let me just hear what the channel wants to do. We're down to 12 viewers here. I mean, how can you not go to the casino at Monte Carlo? Maybe we should talk to the copter guy first, if talking is free. You want to talk to this guy, huh? You think it's free? All right, let's talk to him. If it's not free, I'm going to be pissed. God damn it. Take a look at this beauty. Exactly 50 years ago, it took off right here and stayed airborne for 15 minutes. 15 minutes, you repeat, lost in thought. Amazing, right? Amazing, right? Unfortunately, the flight was not officially approved as the engine stayed on the ground. You inspect the machine one last time. It must have taken hours to dismantle and reassemble it inside the exhibition center. Wow, look at this helicopter. Look at this old helicopter. All right, but Jonathan has killed us for a time. So now we have to move time. It's so surprised to find the two Mercedes out in front and building a lead, and now it's man's own with a mechanical issue. It's going to be carnage, Francis. Absolute carnage. Okay, Manzon got retired. Angio and Moss in the lead. Okay, we'll check those out later. All right. So it's not free to talk to the guys always. Good to know. All right. Anna wants to go to the exotic gardens. Surely not. I refuse to go to the exotic gardens. Its observatory cave contains the remains of prehistoric human dwellings. Is that really the only way? Do we think that's really the underground? I'm not saying we don't go to the gardens, but how can we go there now? Don't you want to? This is the most important place for us, isn't it? Like if you have to, if we run out of time, wouldn't we rather be able to get to these places rather than this place? On the other hand, Anna is rarely wrong. What do we know about the exotic gardens? Plants from all over. Its observatory cave contains the remains of prehistoric human dwellings. It has been open to the public the past 5 years. So it wouldn't be surprising if they didn't use this to escape to the underground. But we need to go into this place, most importantly. So I think we should... You think we should go here after we've done the rest? That's an interesting point. All right, I'm going to listen to Anna. We're going to go to the gardens. The garden offers visitors unobstructed views of the principality. You're a regular who likes nothing more than to relax with a few pages of Pablo Neruda or Jean Giono as the sun sets. The wrought iron gate is ajar. You quietly slip through it and walk along the steeply sloping paths lined with agaves, yuccas, and other exotic cacti. An elderly lady, sitting on a bench with a dog on her lap, exclaims, "There you are! I have to inform you that a crime occurred here earlier today. A crime, I tell you." "A crime here," you repeat, eyebrows raised. "Absolutely! Public indecency. A man all dressed in black came and stripped off right here, right there between the cacti." With a shrug, you promise to investigate. You go through the motions of inspecting the area, but find nothing. In a trash can, on the other hand, a page from a botanical guide, covered with odd markings, catches your eye. Nearby, a sign indicates the entrance to the observatory cave. You'd inspect that too, but going down there with no lighting is out of the question. Okay, and then time clicks. Look, go down into the cave. So we have a way to go down in the cave and a way to interact with the botanical illustration. And look, Palace Garden, Grand Blue, and these all have numbers. And obviously the person coming out of here that scared everyone, remember we were told on the news, is obviously someone in scuba outfit who came and changed. So And this is probably to the ocean. So probably what's happened here is that they've escaped from the prince's palace by going into the water, and they've mapped themselves out a way to get here or to get out. And one of them came out here. The rest of them might have gone out to the sea or something, but one of them, the devil didn't follow us. I think this is the guy that didn't follow them. This guy escaped to here. The rest of them went out to the ocean or something. Something like that, because only one man has come out here. All right, we're starting to get a picture, but we still don't know their identities. All right, let's pay for time. 3:40. Time is running out. Ascari is charging, but Fangio and Moss are out of reach. 30 seconds ahead of him. 7th placed Trintignant has eased up to spare his car. This may be an overly cautious strategy from last year's winner of the 24-hour of Le Mans. The chap's almost out of the running. Fangio, Moss, and Ascari, and Farina and Manzon are out. Okay. It's 4 o'clock. We only have a couple hours left. Jonathan says we do have a light we could use to go down into the cave. Where are our motorcycle possessions? Most of them are here, but I haven't put... We've also got this one. Let's look at this again. Do we have someone named Monaco? We have Manzone, Moss. We don't have someone explicitly named Monaco, though. Okay, where is our flashlight possessions here? Okay, so as Jonathan points out, we do have a lamp we could use. We also have gasoline. Let's not forget that. So if we wanted to go down into the cave, we could do it right now by going to 40. Jonathan says something very clever, which is that we know the Monaco color is red, or one of them. So wouldn't it make sense that our Monaco guy is a red Ferrari driver? I think that's very smart. I think that's highly likely. I think you're probably right. Now, and then DJ Moneycut says, there are numbers down on these different locations. There certainly are. I noted that at some point, but we didn't work on it yet. Feels like this is a map to the underground. There's numbers or some combination of numbers and letters. It looks like that looks like an A, B, A1. And then these are numbers. It looks like H, H. This is going to be the underground, a map of the underground cave system. And A and B might refer to these A and Bs of the prince's palace. And the other numbers like H might refer to the hotel. We don't know. The question is whether we should go down to this cave now. I mean, we're here. We probably should, right? I don't see why not. All right, so let's use our lamp and go down. So 40. We don't think they're down there now, do we? I mean, I don't want to go get us killed. No, they return to their jobs. All right, let's get 40. All right, we're going to inspect the caves. Now look at this. I don't remember the rules telling us we would get that on a card, but I guess that's right. While we're doing this, we're not supposed to hear the radio, but we can because we have the transistor. All right, let's read. Carrying your flashlight, you descend into the cave. After a few minutes, you reach the cathedral hall where you find some crates of equipment for the ongoing archaeological excavation. Hammers and chisels, buckets, and so on. More interestingly, you spot a map of the cave normally used by paleontologists, largely concealed under some empty coffee cups. Guided by the map, you find your bearings and eventually discover a flooded tunnel. A diving cylinder has been carelessly left lying nearby. Your pulse instantly starts racing. Okay, look what we've got, our SAS tank. So this was stolen from the prince. So we've 100% confirmed that this is our robber's escape cylinder. But look what else we see. It's almost by chance, your eye attracted by a reflected glow, you spot the precious stone nestling in a limestone concretion. Without a moment's hesitation, you collect the jewel and return to the surface to examine it as soon as your eyes are reaccustomed to daylight. Wiping away the mist with the corner of your handkerchief, you wonder at its perfect faces glinting in the sunshine. What a beautiful gem, such a deep red, you can hardly imagine what it's worth. So look, we could ask someone about the diving cylinder, or we can ask someone about the diamond, but I don't think we need to do any of that. All right, now time would normally click by and we wouldn't be able to hear it because we're underground. Very cool idea. But because we have the transistor radio, we were told that we can hear it. So I think we've done this one already. I hope we have, but now we have to do the next one, but we do get to hear it. One of the Mercedes is dropping out. Engine trouble. The first two are still accelerating, though. Castellati hits a curb and blows a tire. Trintignant's up into fifth. What a race, and what a race. Okay. Assuming we did this, which I'm okay, whether we forget or not, it's not important. We've now gone into the cave. We found the tank. We've confirmed one of the prince's tanks. Let's write down, I'm not sure why we need to know the number, but 2666M is in the exotic garden. Okay. And we found the diamond there. Okay, so if you're keeping score at home, Anna was right again. All right, and we still have this map that we'll want to think about at some point. Okay. Now, underground or casino? Let's go to the casino. And then there'll be the only thing that's left for us is the underground. All right. Here's the casino. Founded by Francois Blanc, who invented the European roulette. For 50 years, it was Europe's only licensed casino. Monaco residents are banned. Okay. Only the Grand Prix could leave the casino this empty. Greeting the bartender, a decent sort you've chatted with on many occasions, you inquire, "Hey, Marcel, you haven't had any suspicious-looking fellows in, have you?" "What do you mean by suspicious?" "You know, shady types. Only foreigners are allowed to come here, and they all do." "Well, there's your colleague from the other night." "My colleague? Isn't he?" He paid for your cocktails, told me it was his way of thanking his boss. That was the night you won at roulette. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Obviously not. It's not often that the wheel stops on the highest number, your favorite number, 36, as in 36 quad de orfèvres. It's also not often a stranger pays for your cognac and vanishes. Marcel goes on in a conspiratorial tone. I'm telling you, Bear, you should stop gambling your paycheck on roulette. Don't just take it from me. Add up all the numbers on the wheel to see who you're really up against. What are you on about, Marcel? Just try it. Anyway, shall I pour you a drink? You nod. Your fingers are already fiddling with imaginary numbers. So while you're at it, take the cocktail menu, 21. And now, if at any time during the investigation your watch reads between 4 and 6, then get card 15, which we already have. That's really weird. We've been told to take card 15 at all different kinds of times. I don't know what that's about. Okay, but now we have to click time away. Barra's back in the pits, losing 8 places. In front, Fangio and Moss are today's record setters, averaging over 68 miles per hour. Only Ascari is yet to be lapped by the Mercedes, and even he is a minute behind. Looks like it's in the bag, Francis. Fangio, Moss, and Ascari. First, second, and third. The rest of them have bowed out. We'll make sense of all that later, but here, so we've done the time. Okay, so now what's going on here? There's some comment about add up all the numbers on the wheel to see who you're really up against. And then this little calculation is helping us to add up all the numbers. It's basically saying if you take a roulette wheel that goes from 1 to 36, you can break it into pairs, and each pair adds up to 37. The first pair, the 1 and the 36 is 37, then the 2 and the 35 is 37, the 3 and the 34 are 37. So it's basically saying you've got 18 pairs of 37. So multiply 18 times 37, and what do you get? 1837. You could probably almost do that in your head. So 56, 24, 29, 0, 7, 3, 6, 6, 1. I get 666. Okay, so it's a little joke about you're being up against the devil. 666. But it's interesting because one of the comments we heard was the devil didn't follow us. All right, let's look at this cocktail menu that he's telling us to look at. Oh, really? Time passes again? Go easy on the cognac. I need to keep my wits about me. Yeah, Bear, I know you. Got it all up here in my head. You toss back your cocktail and leave the casino with the impression you've wasted your time, but not your money for once. It's a waste of time? El Diablo, the devil. Tequila, blackcurrant, lime juice, ginger ale. I'm afraid we're wasting time. Fangio has a mechanical problem and has to block his valve controls. Moss, who is tailing him, narrowly avoids a collision. Fangio is stopped in front of the station and is out of his car. Now there's only one Mercedes still in the running, but it has a huge lead. DJ remembers that there was tequila in the mute's room, and Marco points out that we've got Monaco here. I think you figured it out. This is a classic crime heist movie thing where each of the criminals has been given a nickname, because there's Diesel, there's Grand Blue, and there's El Diablo. Bingo. We have found that they're using the drinks as their nicknames. No more Diesel. He's still in there. The devil didn't follow us. No more Diesel. Head back to the Grand Blue. Monaco here. I think what we've got is nicknames of our criminal team. Yes. Jonathan says, good job, everyone. El Diablo is the tequila. He's the one that didn't follow us. So I think maybe that mute is part of the team. Part of the robbery team. Maybe even the boss. All right, well, we'll deal with that in a minute, but that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right. Now it is just about time to go underground. Is there anything else we could take from this? I mean, we got 5 people. I think it's gonna turn out the mute is probably involved in it too. But you've got Diesel. You've got. I wonder if Russian is our. He's Russian, but and then we've got El Diablo with tequila. We think this might be the mute. Francois. Then we've got Monaco. And then we've got Grand Blue. But I think that might not be someone's nickname because it's on our map too, right? Palace Garden Grand Blue. So that Grand Blue might be a coincidence. And in their messages, they're not talking about it as if it's a person. They're talking about it as if it's a place. The Grand Blue. So I'm not sure that that's one. Looks like the devil's the mute guy. Apparently he's the one we're up against, as the guy said with the roulette. Yes, possibly he is the boss. Not 100% clear. But if there's 5 of them, Diesel, Monaco, maybe Grand Blue is not one of them. Diesel, El Diablo, and Monaco. That would mean we'd still have at least 1 more, 2 more if Grand Blue doesn't count. So let's keep our eyes open. Maybe we're going to hear more on the radio. All right, so that was pretty huge. And possibly the Russian is the Russian. Okay. Are we sidecar? You think we're involved in this? All right. Let's get back to it. All right. So I have something for us to consider. We've gone to all of the places other than back inside the prince's palace where the robbery took place. So that's likely where we're going to go and spend most of our time. There are a couple of people. We haven't talked to the reporter, Pierre Gallant. He was acting fishy. So we might want to investigate him and see if it's possible he's involved in this. But other than that, we've been to most of these places. There's probably some interactions we can do that we haven't done yet. But mostly it looks like we've got in the palace to go to. The second thing is that we're at about the halfway mark of our time cards. We're a little bit past the halfway mark. We've gone through a little bit more than half of these cards. So, and we've played for 4 hours. So the question I have for you is, this seems like it would be a natural place to break. So I see 2 possibilities. Either we break here, continue tomorrow. We're a little bit we're about at the halfway point, probably a little bit past it. Or you might imagine that we could finish in 3 hours, which would give us a 7-hour stream, a little bit on the long side. So what's it going to be? That's the question. DJ Moneycut says, I suspect the reporter's irrelevant. He probably had info about the wedding and the ring. I think you're probably right. DJ Moneycut says, I vote break. Jonathan says, break works fine for me. Marco says, I vote break. Okay, well, there you have it. We're going to take a break. We're going to stop for the evening. Well, everyone has said break, but I guess we all understand that means we're going to break for the night. Yes, okay. All right, so we're going to stop here, 4 hours in. We're going to continue tomorrow night at 10 p.m. to play part 2 of Guilty Monaco 1955. So far, very impressive. Very impressive. All right, I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks for joining me. Hopefully the team can come back. We can wrap this little episode up, arrest our suspects. Hopefully we're not one of them. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 p.m.